Hey there, Neo. Just plugging my last few things in. Okay. Let's see. Grab that. Push that button. Stay there and there. And we should have that pop up. Yes, it does. Oh, good. It's almost like I'm, actually figuring this out. I mean, that seems strange. That can't be right, though. All right. So they ran an update on this, so who knows how effective this will be today. We may have to fall back on a alternate game if this doesn't work out. So far, though, it seems to be doing okay. Alright. Okay, I'm up here. They said they did some graphical speed improvements and things, so... Oh, that shows me which piece of equipment I've got currently selected. That's nice. Actually, why am I doing it this way? I have a... Hang on. Yeah, no worries. Just mentioning though, Twitch has mentioned that if you actually close the video stream, you don't count as a viewer. Just thought I'd mention that. Which I think is very rude of them. But it's their service, so... Because there's nothing saying that it can't be just sitting on another tab or something. No, not minimizing. Actually, there are ways to just do chat only. And if you're running one of those, which doesn't count you as a viewer. But if you have it just minimized tab or something like that, then from what they were saying, it should be fine. I think I need to speed up wire production here. See, it's using... No, how much is it outputting? 30 per minute. This is supposedly using 40 per minute. Yeah, so I need to speed up wire production just a little bit. Okay. Now, with the updates on this, we have no idea exactly what's what and how much is being used where and all that sort of thing. So we may need to revamp a whole bunch of things. Supposedly it's just a performance update, so we shouldn't see that much change? Question mark? But I am not expecting things to work out perfectly, so... Let's see, what do I have here? I think if I go up here... I'm almost tempted to have this just drop out at the top of this arch. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. There was a cough in there, which was completely unexpected. Otherwise, I would have muted that. Ah, yeah. Usually when I'm looking, I'm running the entire stream in the background myself, so... I just mute the tab. And at that point, to Twitch, there's no difference between me and a viewer who hasn't muted the tab. You should go finish your comms. You know, honestly, I don't know if I've actually seen any of your art. I'm sitting here thinking I should have, but now I'm like, wait, I haven't. At least I don't think I had. What have we got going on here? Okay, we can build another portable miner, so let's do that. Okay, they segmented this out a little better. That's this guy. All pretty standard stuff. More iron plates. And minus smelter constructor. Yeah, I think I know what I was in the middle of building. This is coming in here. That's the sulfur. Yeah. This is all... That's a straightforward way of producing a fairly significant amount of gunpowder, which will come in handy as we progress through, because we can blow up rocks like this one here, which we already blew up its friend, so there's no point in worrying about that last one. Yeah, what are we with other things? Okay. Okay. That's going fine. Yeah, that one's going fine. I do know we have a facility over here that I need to up its output on. So let's add this guy. There, we should have a little extra produced a minute than is needed. Let me show affordable. Okay. There we go. Oh, hey Carl, how you doing? Long time no see. I hope you've been well. Just waiting for a bunch of explosives to be built. I mean, at that point, I'm a scary person to be around because they gave me plenty of explosives. Okay. Yeah, we should start seeing the efficiency number here go up. Ah. Where you are, that's sort of concerning. I mean, what, is it above, like, 2C, or...? Actually, what is my outside temperature like around about now? It's about 25, 26 outside. Now... Oh. There's more to this map. Interesting. Oh, the track is a little cleaner. Hair in my ear. Just sitting there, poke, 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 poke. Right, I need more. Oh, wow. They really have done some graphical changes to this. Don't have any fuel in there. That one's offline. Oh, hey, Amara. How you doing? A bunch of things there. Okay, what's in the fix-it shop? Not. Okay. So, a bunch of standard parts, nothing special here. Ability to customize some of these materials. Already have the ramp pack. The concrete pillar set. You'd had the fix-it ruse at some point. But that will be a different situation. It doesn't tell me what railings it gives me. Okay. What's currently unavailable. On the other hand, I can't get those ones when I want them, and tilted walls, various gates. I think we're doing pretty much okay, though. I think the reason I haven't bothered is there really isn't anything there. Oh, that reminds me. I need to do something here, because this game I actually open up to those of my friends who already have the game. They can join me in it. As in those people on my Steam's friends list. Not all of my friends, because not all of my friends are on my Steam friends list. Which I think is disappointing. They should get on the friends list as soon as possible. Okay. Make sure I stack these full, because they're my Pika plants. They're supposed to turn themselves off when they... Oh, right. Because this thing here is charging up, it can actually draw more, so they're running for that reason. Okay. Good, it's showing completed now. That's a nice thing. Ooh, an organic data capsule. Oh, those are the rewards. What do I need here? Alien protein, biomass. Hatcher remains. Okay. And stinger remains. Okay, so they have actually changed a few of this. Oh, stun rebar, high-speed connectors, supercomputers, power switches, smart splitters, yada yada yada. Toxic cell modification, gas clone obelisk. Ooh. Oh, I think I know what that is. I think that's a thing that, makes stuff, when I make them go bang, those things still do not do anything. Okay. Alright. So, alien organisms. Do we have that? No, we do not. Nope. 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 Lots of nopes. No, those are underground at the moment. Okay. Ah. What's here? Shatteriba. Explosive resonance application. That's very strange. Oh. I can use 200 silica to increase my pocket dimension. Oh, smokeless gunpowder. Experimental power generation. Interesting. We're gonna have to find out what that is. Okay. So, let me see. Oh. That was very weird. I wasn't supposed to do that. Wait, what? Okay. I was supposed to be able to do that without you guys noticing anything was happening. But hey, I didn't want to do that, so... see? Okay. So, let's put these guys back in... Yeah, because I can't actually use that right now. If I go over here... Oh, wow. Actually really using the biomass up. Okay. Do a little bit of cleanup around here. Oh, those can go on my legs now. So we have head, body, back, and legs now, as opposed to just one set of things we could do. That's a neat little trick. Okay. Yeah, that one's gone. Grab that. What's this? New mobs? Oh. Well. We'll just ignore the fact that there's, a rock in the middle of my mine. That's what we get with the experimental versions of things. Sometimes when they do updates, we don't necessarily get all the appropriate updates. As in, ones that would make things make a little more sense. Okay. And yeah, we have that thing in the middle there. Interesting. Oh good, they stopped that thing making so much noise when we switched to it. That was really annoying. Pardon me while I just sort of wander around and look for a sec. I mean, they said they were going to do some map changes and stuff. A lot more of the, what's it called? Limestone ore around than they used to be. Oh, I forgot I had a walk path here. Oh, there is a problem. I appear to not be collecting. I did it then, so I guess maybe it's just intermittent or something. Oh, okay, so you can actually... That's what you do now. That's why that becomes relevant. Well, that's nice. They changed the wrecks so they don't all look... I mean, there is a square boxy bit, but... And this one's already open. But the pieces of wreckage don't look all like they're the same wreckage anymore. Which is a nice improvement. Okay. Background sound is very strange. Let's start research on that. And then, okay. So we can create alien protein now. There. How do I make alien protein? Biomass, okay. There we go. Not enough space in inventory. Okay, that's an interesting change to things. Okay, limestone. Let's take all this excess limestone and throw it into here. Make that silica. Okay, now what happens? Let me come back over here. Oh yeah, no worries. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see, leave that on. Let's dump that in there and it'll be fine. A little bit of cleanup here. That's fine. I'm not really concerned by any of these things yet. Interesting. Interesting. Not afford a recipe. Hog remains. Plasma spitter remains. Hatcher remains. Oh. That one's actually a broken piece right there. If I bring this around here. Let's see. I need a bunch of all of that. So, theoretically then, if we go back to the map, we should have a few more things available for us now. Okay, need more for that. Celia. Yes, start the research on that. Oh, that just needs another... It just needs one of these. Something new? Oh. I didn't see the horsey-ish. Horsey-ish. Alright, let's see. Hostile organism detection. Inflated pocket dimension. The rebar gun. And whatever the structural analysis is. So... that means I need to make some organic data capsules. Okay. We'll make a few of those. Not exactly sure what else you can use them for. Okay. That's that. Click, click. Okay. So the inflated pocket dimension will need a little more wire. MS, so that's leaves. Let's toss them in here. I have some wood excess, so toss that in there. Mycelia ones, okay. So 200, 400, 600, 800, I need one more slot. And I see something that I don't need to be carrying around with me. Actually, I see two things I don't need to be carrying around with me. There. That. Oh wow. There's lighting artifacting now too. Oh, that's neat. One, two, three, four. And may as well fill that up completely. Okay. So theoretically then, that is everything that I need for the expanded pocket dimension, which will let me hashtag stop fake pockets, and also have a little extra storage of stuff.
Pocket dimension has been inflated.
Okay. So I can go more. Oh, that gives me an extra hand equipment slot. So yes, we're going to actually do that. Let's research the rebar gun. That is going to need rebar, which we can get from over here. And it said it wanted like 500 rebar, so there. That is plenty of rebar. Screws. Screws. Not rebar, screws. Okay. Let me see if I can dump some of this before it fills up. Store all. There we go. Oh, so now we don't have as much space taken up with excess stuff. Okay. That should be what we need then for the screws. Okay. Can't afford because I need 4 more of those. It's always something, isn't it? Do. Well, I have everything oh wait, no I don't. Okay. There, research that. Oh, and this actually, I can drop some of the supplies in that I've been carting around for a while. Okay. Still need that stack of iron plates that I went to go up here to get and didn't wind up picking up. There. Yes, the rebar gun is complete. Let's head out and grab some gunpowder in a bit. And see where that puts us. Yes. Okay. Reminds me, I need to check in to see what I can actually build, because I don't know if they've changed any of this. So that's all fine. Power stuff here is all fine. Okay, that's all good. There's the expanded truck. Okay, so nothing special here. What were we working on building on out here? Oh, this is fuel refinery and such. Okay, what's that do? That produces petroleum coke. That there produces rubber. And that's good. We have plenty of plastic for that side of things. Okay. That's what I think we need to do, is figure out what we're building from here. Right, so to build computers, that's what we're working on, is working on being able to do that. So, to build a computer, we need to build that, which takes an assembler. I don't have that in my to-do list. Oh. Wow, that's nice. Okay. So we need to add an assembler. Okay. So let's work backwards then. Okay. So if I want to make a computer, I need to have 1, 2, 3, 4. So for that, we're going to need to build a manufacturer. Actually, oh, you're underneath. Okay. So we have copper over here. And interesting. Okay. Let's have a look. This is iron ore. It's not copper. Okay. I think... Is this copper? No, this is iron ore as well. Okay, so the copper is back the other direction. Which is fine. I just need to figure out where everything is in relation to where I am right now. Because to build all of this, we're going to build a little... We're going to build a mini factory thing over here. Okay. So, that one is normal. This one is normal. Is there a third one there, or is it just the two? I'm gonna blow that up in a sec. Because I have all these explosives burning a hole in my pocket. Unintended. Okay. Alright. So let's get rid of this bit. Okay. So we'll take that. We'll drop the miner down on it. We'll bring that around here. Then we are going to grab this guy. We're going to zoop that. What's he go to? He go to... Yeah. How's that? That's pretty decent. Okay. So now we have this bit out here. Let's connect up to it. There we go. Production miner. There we go. And then go back here and say, yes, we would like to still build that. Okay. So, organization here, we're going to put a storage container in. You know what? It's too steep. Bring that miner back in into, let's see, logistics. Let's do that one. Coming in. Okay. Let me turn off my phones. Wanting to be loud and obnoxious mode. Okay. So from here, we're going to take this, and we're going to run it through a little... And then we're going to put that into a smelter. Going to put that smelter the correct way around though. There we go. And that will come out to the storage container eventually. And from there we will have things that we have it do. Okay, there, we're going to be making copper ingots. You can have all of that. There's copper ore I have around. Okay, so there's no point in actually continuing that at the moment. Because we need to work backwards from that. We sort of need to work backwards from what we're building over here. So we're going to want to build a computer manufactory. Oh. I need to get some more. Oh, I thought I did the expansion already. Apparently not. Okay, do I have 200 silica yet? Where is my silica? I'm at 192. Dang it. Boop boo. Boop boo. Boop boo. What does that produce? Oh, does a deadly gas cloud. Okay, well I don't care about deadly gas clouds. Okay. Oh. That's a nice little easy to make version. Oh, I need to go out and get that before it will let me have the extra storage. Okay. What do we have? Go for a bit of a wander around. Huh. But I killed it before. You're 10. Okay, good. I don't understand what just happened there with that thing. Okay. Guess if I understood it, it would make more sense. Which is exactly what those words mean, so I don't know why I said it the way I just did. Okay. So, I can carry more stuff. Good. So here, this is going to need, yeah, so we do need to go for a bit of a run to pick up some stuff. And then while we're doing that, I think it's also worthwhile making sure we grab enough concrete for a little bit of an expansion over this way. Climb it the other way. Okay. So the other one leads off to the Caterium mine. This one heads off to pick up these things. While this is going, I want to check in on a couple of things. Okay. So, as we're here, what we need to grab one of those. That's cool. There is the issue, not here. There. Produce more steel. 90 per minute. 67.5. That's 137.5 per minute. So 110.5, basically 90. Oh wait, this is using 90 per minute, this is using 60 per minute, that's 130 between the two of those. And this one here is using 30 per minute, So we need 150 production of those. Ooh. That is quite a bit. So let's change that guy out. And 60 per minute. And putting 90 per minute, so let's bring that one in there. But that should be 180 per minute. We're looking at 60, 120, 150. That should start building us a backlog of iron. This here. Then I'm using it out. Yeah, let's take that speed down. Because if we go down to that, we can only move out 60 per minute, so it doesn't matter how many we produce. We're producing 15, so we're producing 30 per minute at the moment. So really, we shouldn't see much change. Okay. Let's supple that down, because what I would like to do here... I need 500 per... I'm going to expand the belt. Okay, that's just going to take... Alright. Wait, what? Oh, that's so I can bring more coal in if need be. Conveyor belt Mach 3, conveyor belt Mach 3. Seem to be feeding these pretty reliably, so not going to worry about changing that. That's starting to build a backlog there. Now drop that in there. Stopping for a sec to think about what I'm going to be doing here. Okay, let's go back to trying to work on our computer construction facility. I really want to get the expanded power infrastructure online soon, because that'll get me the fuel power generation. Only show me the ones that I can make. Okay. So I can make the rebar gun now if I wanted to. I don't. Okay. unlocks tier 7 and 8 of the thing, and we're slowly building it up. And you can see the number in the top corner there has... Well, it hasn't changed very much, but it has changed. So that's what... backwards a little bit. Okay. So here we are going to want to put down a storage chest. This will contain the output from our manufactory. These things are huge, so is the... Where's that damn thing? There's the lookout tower. Okay. I don't normally use these, but they're really useful for this sort of getting things just right. So, manufacturing. Look. Let's bring that back to there, I think is a pretty reasonable spot. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go to the Mark 1 here, and we're going to check to see how that lines up. I think that lines up too perfectly. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay. Okay. So yeah. Each of these things, so the modular engine and the adaptive control unit all sort of need different things. So what we're going to do here is we're going to build the computer in this one. This needs cable, plastic, screws, and circuit boards. Well, here we have been plastic generated. Neat. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to add on top of this, pick it up 2. And so, depending upon what that's plastic. So we're going to say... What happens if I put an industrial storage down? Yeah. Think thing. Oh, that's neat. But Oh no. Okay. So we're going to go from here to here. And then we need to take this guy here. And extend it past. There. And then if I take this guy, put it here. Not the best, but I think it'll do. Okay. And so we can then take this out. To here. Again with those damn things? Oh, that works well. I like that. Almost like I intended it. Okay. So. Bring our plastic in that we need. Here goes my neck going crick. There's power now. Okay. So, we have plastic coming in, we're going to need screws, cable, and circuit boards. So let's have a look at what the circuit boards need. Okay. This here is going to be able to hold these eventually, so let's dump that in there so I don't forget what it is. Alright. Okay. I don't like that. So we need to be able to build circuit board things. So let's go there. Let's grab our assembler. Let's bring that into there. Let me say this guy here is going to be building... Oh. Ah, yes. You can build it that way. This is going to be building circuit boards. Now it also needs plastic, which I hadn't initially intended. Turns out to be very interesting that it does. So, take this, put this here, we'll take that out of the way. We'll take that to... Nope. There. That one there. Put that down here. Line that up with that. Get rid of that guy. To yoink. Okay, this is going to come down to, I think, here? Too far forward. Okay. So, go back to our logistics here, so up we go. I think that's what is needed. Goes up, so let's try that again. There we go. Okay, so that's going to take plastic sheets in. These guys. Oh. Let's up the... stackable conveyor belts. Let's see. Comes into here. Okay. There we go. And so yes, now we're feeding circuit boards in. Okay, so we need screws and cables. Actually, we need more than that because we need to put copper sheets on this side. So, copper sheets need constructors. There we go. Add the copper sheets in. Bring that back to there. Let's that stop producing circuit boards. Okay. Actually, let's add... Let's not add the screws in. Let's halve the screws and add half the screws in. Okay. I don't need more iron sheets. I've course I do. It's always the way with this sort of stuff. You get partway through and then you go, wait, I need to do more. Am I on my other things? Okay. Okay. All right. So, come through. And wait for my brain to catch up with things for a sec. That is very interesting. Okay. Let's see. Where are we now? I'm right here. That's actually... Oh yeah, because we're making versatile frameworks. She needs steel beams out the wazoo. Where are the steel beams? Where are my steel beams? Hey mofo, where are my steel beams? I mean, they should be coming in at least as slow as that. I'm not seeing any steel beams here. Let's check out pathway. Whoa. Wow, that's very strange. They just... Almost like they built up for a sec. Well, I guess we'll see. Oh, and while I'm at it, let me dump a little bit of inventory stuff here. So that can go, and that can go, and there. Now we just need to build the last of the Major modular frames. What do those need? Heavy modular frames. They need a lot of screws. Okay. I came over for a reason. Oh, that's right. I needed more iron plates. What am I doing on that? 20. Okay. So, let's grab another couple of stacks of that. Oh, almost full there. Will be nice. Put in there. Put that in there. You can have that. Heck, is there any more here? No. Okay. Oh. Slowly working our way through up to having everything. I am thinking I will take a quick break in 15 minutes or so. Starting to see the frameworks actually manufacturing through now. That's good. There was some weird glitchy thing happening, I think. Okay. It's gonna need cables, it's gonna need screws. It's gonna need copper sheets. Right. And here we're expanding this. Okay. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to take our facility over here. This is where we're going to have our copper ore coming out. And we're going to set it up so that we have two things being produced. The first thing we need to do is produce copper sheets. So let's grab...
I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
Oh. How interesting. I feel like someone was talking to me.
Harvest it.
No. Okay. Now I wonder if... I think that might actually be off. So, let's see. Yeah. There we go. Boom. Boom. And then we bring this down here. Boom. And then we check to see how this would actually sit. I think that might actually sit pretty well. I don't think it will be properly straight though. No, it won't be. Okay. 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 So, grab our industrial storage container again and bring it back to there. How's that look? That's looking a lot better. So we can go connect from there to there, and then from there to there. And then we'll make the copper sheet production over there. And then that will let us have circuit boards. Eventually. I mean, so a lot of this stuff is eventually. It's like, this will then take its time and it will produce the thing that we need. Yada yada yada. Oh, there's the thing that wants me to harvest it.
Relaying message. Hello, this is paternal figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure.
Okay.
Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Alright, so we take our constructor here, bring it back a little bit. Actually, bring it back quite a bit. I think that does it. How does that look? Yeah, that's a relatively straight line. Cover sheet. There we go. Okay. So now we need the next thing we need to build. Cable. Okay. So if we use rubber, we can output a buck-ton more cable. So we are actually going to do that then. Yeah. Over here is where we're getting rubber produced. So organization, industrial storage. Spin that around. I think that's the one. Yes, it is. There we go. And now we're putting rubber into here. And then if I take this guy, and we can basically duplicate this line down here. And then we are going to spin off. Actually, we may duplicate this all the way down. How's that? That looks like they're coming pretty well. Let's have a look at the... Yeah, that lines up quite well. Okay. Of course, the whole reason I'm doing this stuff with level 1 conveyor belts is, we will at some point remove them. Let me upgrade some of these to level 3s. So these ones here will actually stock up pretty well, and this here will then feed out. Okay. We then need to build a assembler. because we are going to take 2 different production line outputs. And I don't know. I want you to snap to that one. There we go. This guy, go up a little bit. Because what I'm intending to do here is actually something like that. One, two, three. Let's try that. Yeah, that looks level. So what I need to do here is actually change this guy. So we're going to put that. Yeah, that. We're going to put that. And then yeah, leave that there. Okay, that seems fine to me. There. Oh, that's a level 2 conveyor. We want a level 1 conveyor. So if I go from there to there and there to there, I can then tell this guy that you're making this one with the alternate. And then it's going to expect copper wire coming in. Now, what do we have here? This here is... Okay. So here, we're going to have a storage container. We'll line it up with that one. There. And then that. That to there and to there. And then I think that lets me no, I actually do need to bring that in further. Wait. Wow, getting these just right. There we go. So that is going to accept that, that is going to accept that, and then we'll need to add one for the screws, which will come in from over there. Okay, this here, it's going to need wire. There, so that's all got power here. Okay. And then I think what I will do is I will build a wire facility on this side. I think that might be what I need for this one. Oh yeah, that one came out pretty well. And so here we're going to go here to our constructor, and we are going to say, let's see, there, there to there. This here is going to be building wire. Okay. Alright. Oh, I know what I can do here. Bring this in this direction. Okay. There into there. Here we are going to actually, you know what? We have a different plan. Take this guy and bring this. Oh, actually, let's try that again. Yeah. Gives a little bit of space. Okay. All right. One, two. Direct corner, good. Make sure I've got this on the right over here.
Harvest.
Now. Okay.
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
Oh. No, actually. What I want here is one of these. Spray that into there. Here should be up. No, that there should actually be properly placed. As opposed to what I was doing before.
Harvest. Hit.
Die in a fire. Yep, that's right. Okay. So we can go from there to there and there to here. And as well upgrade that one, take that straight into there. Okay, and then we can take this guy. And it'll be around to there, so we need some more iron plates. Now let's see. How do we make iron screws again? Screws. They come from rods. And rods are made by taking iron. Okay. Let's let that start spinning up and doing its thing. We're gonna need more cables. Oh. Hey, RJ. Sorry for the bland response. Thank you for stopping by. I've been mostly just talking to myself and not really paying attention to chat. Again, then again, chat's been mostly lurkers tonight, so... There is that. To that, get rid of that. Okay. Go here and dump all the plant bits in there. We'll go back here, and then I'll go, let's see, there. As well. So we've got wood. Wood from that. Okay, so I actually don't have huge amounts of excess stuff at the moment. It is nice. Actually getting better at that. Ooh. Who would have thought having a bigger inventory means I have less to do? And Peter Rabbit too. No. I never really liked the Peter Rabbit stories. I mean, they were good stories, and from a perspective of they had some interest as well, but there were reasons related to the name Peter that I was not interested in them. Okay, so that's gonna need wire, so let's give it the wire. Grab some of the wire out of the other thing, because I'm gonna need some for cables. Cables, not wire. Cable is different than wire. Okay. So let's take this guy, bring it to here. Bring this one around here. To here. Connect it to there. Take that corner connection, bring it in. Here and here. That's set up for running wire now. Put that there. there, and then we're going to bring that in to here. So, maybe before we do that, let's check. Oh, don't fall off. Oh, yep, that's lined up. There to there. There to there. Let's bring these back to being those. I think that may actually be... Okay. Yeah, we're outputting 30 per minute there. We're using 15 a minute there. 20 per minute, yeah. Okay.
Picking up multiple Fix-It personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
What are we gonna be doing here? So that's gonna be outputting there, that's outputting there, this is working along its way here. So screws. Screws are the things we need to bring in next. Okay. Actually, can I do that? One of these. I might actually be able to squeeze in underneath here. Oh, wait. Let's try squeezing it there. Absolute rat's nest. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, that's a little close. Oh, congratulations, RJ. Isn't it great? You were the first one here. Okay, that would have been the right. Okay. Wow. I'll do that then. It's gonna look hideous, I may as well make it look hideous. Oh, I know how to do this. If I stack this up here, grab that one and bring that around there, and then bring this back, I think there. Yes. I can then take this here and zoom it up to there. And that's how it connects. It is yours, yes. Did you see my message in Discord? I would like a little more feedback, please. And Neo do it with the second first. Welcome back, Neo. We got here. Let's drop that in there. So at the end of the just after, okay, about an hour or so after I sent you that one, I had an updated one for you to look at. Also, Neo, I did ask. I noticed you mentioned doing a bit of art, and I was wondering if you're willing to share. Okay. That should have been level 1 conveyors, not level 2 conveyors. That should be level 1 conveyors, that should be level 1 conveyors, that should be level 1 conveyors. Then you melted your brain with Spanish. Okay. Yes, I did a update based on the feedback about shaders. So aha! Finally, somebody's using my redeems. Give me a moment then. I'll find some reasons to go stick to me. If only I had some copyright-free reasons. I think we're in Discord servers alongside each other. You could DM me at Discord in Discord. Yes, you have. I sent it. Let me see. Go here. Go here. Let's see. There. And bring up VC face. Add this in as a prop. And this is one of the nice things about doing this. Oh wow, VC face freezes when I open up the prop window. How wonderful. But at least you don't get to see all of that. Extreme elements rocks in with the wind. Yeah, my ads are like a minute 30 or something. And okay, so let's see. I know I'm frozen on screen. That's because I'm trying to find some raisins to add to my character because somebody said they wanted me to have raisins attached. I don't know where I could find raisins or anything. You know what? Let's wait. What is that redeem for? It just says something stick to me. Okay, good. Then I can actually have them. Oh, I can't see them now. There you go. Raisins. Well, SE is known to be doing all sorts of weird things. Well, my bot doesn't have good timing about it. It's just, you guys happen to ask at just the right time. Oh. Right. That was blues? Okay, that's just a long message from a very long time ago. Okay. Oh. Alright. There we go. I have raisins stuck to me. Multiple, because the question was raisins. Stream elements is being polite. Okay. Let's see. Let's add a Mach 2 miner in. Ooh. That's a funky spot. I guess we're not putting it there then. Wow. I like how it hovers at that spot. Okay. So, you could shoot me a DM on Discord. You could share it on any of the other if we're on shared Discords and you don't mind sharing it with other people there, you could do that too. You'll have to wait for 18 more followers for me to get a Discord directly. If you have a Discord server that you have these sorts of things, if you have a web page or a DeviantArt or anything like that, there are many ways you could link it to me. Show it off. Yeah, RJ is very good at not listening to good advice. I have no idea why I'm clearing the vegetation here, but it just feels like something that needed to happen, so it did. Let's put a ramp in. I need to bring this one in here. go. Okay. So then. Alright. One more. Oh, two more actually. But counting is not something that I need to do all that much, so. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean there is that whole RJ has a Discord thing that you could use to send stuff if you'd like to share it there. I believe she even has an art section. Yeah, let's see. While talking about that. Conveyor belt is too steep. Okay, fine.
Comply.
No. The alien voice telling me to comply does not get me to listen. Oh. Believe art channel is found under the larger self-promo section. Okay. Where is my Discord? Let's just, here we go. Go up, find the RJ Discord. The RJ Discord does not have any messages in it. Ah. Well, there's an artist self-promo. Okay. Back here again. What are we looking for? We're going to be putting this in. And yes, it is going to be up a little bit. That's fine.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
No, it doesn't. Even if it does, it doesn't anymore because I don't care. Okay. So that should be all of the... That should get us a bunch of that. There. There and there. There we go.
Harvest.
Alright. So, now we need to turn that into other things, so we're going to go here, go to our production. No, not a foundry. Oh, don't know what that is. Let's get rid of the not applicable. We'll get rid of the not applicable thing. Here we go. And we'll take the smelter. We're going to put it in Yeah. That is true. We haven't done that in a while. I blame the lack of being awake on it. Okay, that should be making the iron ingots. Now the iron ingots are going to make things. What do we need? We need something. We need something. This thing needs something. It needs screws. Okay, so screws need constructors. Ah, yes. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to do this. And then I'm going to go yoink to yoink, yoink to yoink. Here we're going to be making iron rods. Iron rods are going to be making screws. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, thank you. I'm always interested to see what people are doing art-wise. Mostly because I don't really think too much of my own art, so it gives me something to goo and gush over. Take that. The off by one thing that happens with this is just... drives me nuts. Just want all this properly lined up. Yeah, have that happen. Haunts. Yes. Yes, haunts. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Those look amazing, by the way. Just to be clear. Oh. Let's upgrade all of that to being Mark 3. I'll drain it out of here pretty quickly, but that's fine. I don't know. I don't know how you didn't see it until just now, RJ. Maybe you weren't paying attention. Hmm. I actually need to make an adjustment on mine. But I have some plans that might make that adjustment. I'm trying to figure out whether the adjustment is needed or not. Can I show off the full model real quick? Well, you're basically seeing everything that's the actual model. If you mean the art piece that's behind it, then yeah, I can do that. But but please explain what it is that you're asking for before I agree. Do-do-do. Nope, the full thing. Okay, so yeah, because the issue with the current with the model is that it's not quite as good as the it's an upper body thing. There's only so much I can do. But in terms of the full image, wow, I have some really. Oh yeah. So let me show you what the color scheme should be. This is the actual model piece that everything's based off of. Um, and some of the issues, there's issues just rigging the model piece that makes it a little difficult. So let me drag Critter up. So we'll start with. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's go to this one so you guys get to see more of it. All right. So this is the original image, reference image. So pretty standard. Horse up there, rearing. So there's an interesting little adjustment there, and then we scroll down, and we get to see the hooves. Yes, yes. Purple is actually what the horse's skin tone is supposed to be. But when I rigged it and set it up, it turns out that the color doesn't show up well with the background. So what winds up happening is that you don't get to see, you don't really get to see anything with it. The only way I could have thought of would be to lighten it up. And so that's one of the core changes I had to make a model that was viewable. The other issue is that the horse is, honestly, Greens and light greens. So, I mean, if we look at the gaming background is pretty light. And if we put a dark figure in front of it, it's hard to see the dark figure. And so I found it was difficult to see that it was there and that it was functional or anything like that. So let's go back and have a quick look at the model here. So this is the upper model. You'll notice the hooves are a little weird. Well, but let's scroll down a little bit further. You know, pretty much typical horse flanks. And there we go. That's the full model. And so all you're seeing is her from about here up in the reel in the model that I'm actually using on stream. So I had to tweak it a little. And this is the beginnings of the tweaking. Now, the issue with rigging is you get weird things like you actually have to overdraw like the eyelids. So the model looks a little strange. Almost. I go back to my reference pictures here. That's the sort of thing that we're looking for. This is a more land-based version, though. And of course, there's my DRI image for my color reference sheet. And so, yes, a lot of rearing horses, because when you're trying to do what the front of a horse should look like, it's important. By the way, I don't know why, but when I asked for rearing mares, yes, it's a stream horse. Because these ones here are ocean-based variants. Yes, this is the more because, well, it turns out I live by a stream. And so this is the updated model, complete with the earrings and so on. Now, there was a few issues with getting this one together. And so what I wound up doing was modifying from there. Can I see all the KRA files, or do I have to go here to this directory? Whereabouts did I put everything, basically? Oh, yes. There we go. And so, yeah, the actual model as you see her sort of, yeah. So let me quickly switch, because I can actually do that based on my own whim. I'll go here so you can see the full shape. So the whole point was to bring in a lot of the viewpoints from the other images, and still get a lot more of the functionality. So the earrings are there. Mouth movements there. There actually is a blush animation, but I don't know how to trigger it, so I can't be bothered to figure that out. There's and yeah, so I have the left, right, the head turn animations, up, down. So this was one of my earliest rigs too. So, but if you look, the tail actually moves a little bit as I breathe. So the breath animation stuff comes through there. So switch back, go back to the game. So yeah, I have the arms and the limbs basically rigged up so that they can move. Well, the thing is though, it's not actually a horse as the alternate. Yes, the ears do move a little bit as well with the breath. So, there's a little more tweaking I want to do. After rigging Pickles, after rigging the space pickle for Pickles, I have a few changes that I'd like to do to the body as well. So they have the actual chest rise and fall a little bit. So ooh, we're actually getting those building. That's nice. It looks like screws are going to be the bottleneck here. This one. How are we doing here? It uses 10 per minute. We're outputting 15 per minute. So here we're outputting 30 per minute. We're using 15. So if I built another constructor, it's gonna need more wire. Yes. Yes, Pookie does. Because I would love to rig that one. So, RJ, a little while ago, you asked me about me doing commissions or anything like that. And I've started to put together a sort of commission sheet thing for the, so just because I'm not 100%, I'm not sure how many people are going to be willing to sort of pay based on my artwork at the moment. I'm not really sort of ranking it very highly. But I'm also giving myself a lot of time leeway as well. So it's like, it's going to take at least 2 weeks if you let me stream the process. If you don't, it's going to take longer. But I'm looking at doing a, like, sort of the upper model rig, so... It's raining. They actually have rain in the game. Oh, that's nice. That looks pretty. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting them set up. I think it's basically done. I'm doing like $10 for you give me an upper body reference that I rig. And I will do very minimal stuff to get it riggable for that $10. But it'll take me 2 weeks if I get to stream it. Because if I get to stream it, then I can potentially... Oh, well, there's ads. Wait for a sec. Well... So, oh, sorry, RJ, you got beat out by Neo again. Alright, okay. So, what I'm thinking is, if I do a... Hang on. Let me get this right. So 10, 15, I could make 3 of those with that. Okay. But we won't. We'll just do it this way. Do. Because the robot has better timing than you do? Okay, give me a quick moment here. Let me make sure I get these properly positioned. There, 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 there. It's almost like you think you had dignity in the first place. Okay. I need something else. I need Caterium wire. So... So yeah, what I'm looking at doing is basically a $10 for an upper model rig, similar to the Horse Avatar. If all I'm doing is taking the original reference image and rigging it, and doing the bare minimal changes that need to happen to have it riggable. And it's going to take me 2 weeks if I get to stream it. It's going to take me longer if I don't get to stream it. Well, it was deserved. And, I'm looking at doing $40 for an upper model if I do the drawing. And that requires things like actual reference images and so on. So... So yes, there was a bit there. What is that actually using as the... Oh, it's using that. Okay. Don't need those. Going to put that away. Going to put that away. Came over here for a reason. Forgot what it was already. What can I build? What can I not build? So I can do that, I can do that. I go here. can do that. If I go here, I can do that. Why the frick did I come over here? I knew there was a reason, something I'd forgotten. Well, the big thing is I'm only using the free version of Live 2D. So there is very much a restricted amount of stuff that's available. Pardon me for a moment. Look in on a few things. Oh. Looks like my partner's home, so... that would be why I was hearing some banging and crushing. Banging and crunching noises outside. So, yeah, I mean, the idea is basically I'm using the free version. There's a limit to the amount of stuff that can be rigged. There's a limit to how many parameters are available. There's basically limits. What I'm thinking though is if I get enough of those commissions and people actually want me to do more, I'm thinking what I may wind up doing is extending and sort of adding a, like, $60 same thing, but you get to have the parameters for the full version. So, that's sort of where I'm sort of going with the way I'm looking at my costings right now. I'm effectively saying I can't really do a nice high-end one because I don't have the software. And I sort of leave it with and if you want me to get the software, then I'm going to need more of these. Because it turns out I have been around the block before. I understand how supply and demand works. And I also understand that I can make myself poor if I try and get all the facilities that I need up front to be able to do the high-end stuff. So I'm going to start with the low-end stuff. The nice thing about starting with the low-end stuff is it's there. I can do it right now. But I've got some very specific limitations. Now I may be able to hit certain aspects that other people aren't hitting on the free versions of the free version. And that's something I want to actually test out. I've seen a few things that might make some of my rigs a little more functional than the typical free model. And if so, I am going to up my price a little bit because, well, if I can do something that other people can't do. Now, my drawing software is Critter, so that's free software. I found there's another way of doing 2D models, which I didn't know about until just recently. And when I found out about it, I looked into it, and it has the same problem that basically all this stuff does, and that is software developers who somewhat seem to think that they're God's fucking gift to mankind. And the stupid, brain-dead fucking subscription model service. And all I can think of with that is, are you trying to make it so that you do not have people using your software after a year? There's a 2D rigging software that's made by Adobe. You can't buy it. You can only rent it on a subscription. So yeah. I probably wouldn't either, but considering I want to know what the options are, I would have. It's sort of the, oh, okay, so they have an option now. And it's actually good that they have an option, because that means one of the three free software consortiums is going to, or groups, is going to sit down and actually code a frigging working version of it that doesn't cost 12 arms and 6 legs. At which point we will have a free version, and the people who make live 2D will explode because most of us will stop using their software. And that's pretty much the way this sort of works. Yeah. I have on multiple occasions explained to... Actually, I haven't explained to anyone at Adobe yet. I have explained to a lot of marketing people that I don't care if you like that particular piece of software. This is how much extra your job is going to cost us if you insist on using that software. And your manager is going to have to calculate that into their budget, which means your salary is going to be reduced by that much. Can you afford that much of a pay cut? And you'd be surprised at how many of them are really interested in trying something else when you put it that way. Okay. So we should actually have this guy popping out. Computers, it's running a little slow because I'm not getting in as many screws in as I'd like. But we are. What's coming in here? Oh, it's not leaving? Wait, what? Freaking kidding me. Yeah, that's gonna move a lot more screws now. Yeah, and honestly, this is the reason why we have software like Critter, and we have software like Clip Studio Paint, and we have software like the GIMP, and we have all this other software. It's because, honestly, companies like Adobe that were done that started at a point in time in which nobody had any alternatives, and making an alternative to Adobe. I mean, we're sort of talking about Adobe came out when people were doing Unix for graphics. And they were doing it through X11. I mean, well, actually it wasn't even X11. I mean, it was X, but it wasn't X11. And so big drafting firms had, you know, giant servers systems that would do all these calculations for the graphics processing to do all the rendering for all the CAD work that people were doing for all this stuff. And that's, you know, and so Adobe in that we used to, when we sell the particular, when we sell this product, it's going into a company that's going to use it on 20 different workstations with a server farm, and they're going to be quite happy to pay us that $100,000 to buy it, and then they're going to pay the support fee every year just in case somebody can't click the button right. And we've moved on from that. We're no longer doing that. My cheap little laptop that I have sitting in the corner of my office here is more functional than any one of those graphic systems ever used to be. And the thing is, Adobe hasn't changed. They're still the company. They still think in terms of that's how we do it, that's what we're going to get. Let's look at our heavy modular frames. What do I need here? I need screws. Okay, so for each one of those, that's 5 screws. It's 500 screws. That's 100 screws, so I can do 5 for that. So let's pick up a couple of stacks of screws here, so we can make a few of those manually. And the nice thing about some of the ways that we've had things, I mean, put it simply, one of my jobs in my former career, I worked for a company that did financial software. And the financial software we made for it to be used by people, the entry price was $500,000. Now, part of that price, we supplied the server that was the system that integrated everything. Now, we were actually still competing with we weren't competing with small business software. We weren't competing with the people who are running Quicken. We were competing with people who are running like PeopleSoft, or people who are running SAP, or that sort of thing. So we were actually fairly competitive. At one time, we were doing a software install at an architecture firm. And they had their CAD software up. When I happened to be in there, they were running some CAD software that, honestly, today I can't even remember what it is. But they were looking at it, they were doing something in it, and they were complaining and griping about how it wouldn't do something. And I sort of looked over at what they were doing and went, hey, can you export that as such and such a file? And they went, yeah. And I went, oh, okay. Then go here and download this free software drawing package. And you can load that in, and you should be able to do that in that. And there was just a stunned silence. You mean we don't have to pay these guys $400,000 to get that functionality. Like, well, I don't know your use case necessarily, but you should be able to just do it in that. If you're only going to do them once in a while, and it's your final step of the process, then that would be a way to do it. And yeah, about a week later, I got a call from them directly, basically them saying, "Thank you very much. We want to send you a check because you just saved us a shit ton of money." So yeah, and that was all because the thought process in such an environment is, well, this is the product that's supplied to us by the manufacturer of what we're using. And so, oh, it has that functionality. Okay, we'll use that functionality. And so they never think about alternatives. That's where the whole these things tie you into a specific ecosystem. I mean, let me see if this. If I wanted to, I could spend the $60 a month or whatever it is with Adobe and have all of the potential drawing software and CAD software and everything else that I need, because I don't do enough business with them that they would require me to buy the business license level of it. So I could get away with basically the lowish end personal use version. And that's sort of just, for a lot of people, that's a nice thing to, a nice way to exist. They don't have to think about it. So I understand why people get caught into such environments. I don't agree with it. Stand it. Still drinking that coffee there. Okay. So it's really easy for me to understand where people are coming from with a lot of this. I need more encased. Steel beams so that I can make the modular frames. Apparently I need 50 and I have 17. I'm sure I had more than that, but okay. Yeah, the other issue is that at the time when Adobe was doing that sort of stuff where it started, they had the sale of the software price and then the yearly maintenance fee. And that covered all of your updates and everything else. When they started to sell to private individuals, or sell at less than their, site license level, but sell individual licenses, they realized that while they were getting more uptick in the marketplace, they weren't making as much money because they weren't getting that yearly maintenance fee. That's why they went to a subscription model, That's why they went to a subscription model. And it makes perfect sense. I mean, they need to make money. That's how their developers stay employed. is by them making money. The problem is, as a user, if I have no way to purchase the software outright, and it is mine, and I get to continue using it no matter what happens to Adobe, then I start worrying. That's sort of my big issue with a lot of these sorts of things is I have big concerns about using a lot of this software that has subscription models because they're time bound. And by that I mean when you stop paying your service, it's gone. Your software is gone. You can no longer use it. And considering what some of the developers are doing, thinking of Adobe in this one, they're actually making some of their model formats, they're retroactively applying for patents for them. So Blender used to be able to import certain files from Adobe software. As of the current versions, next time Blender does a release, if it hasn't already, they will have to remove that functionality. It's part of an update. It's scheduled. Because they would have to pay a license fee for every install to allow people to import that particular Adobe format. And it's a standard format that people have been using for years. And that's one of the reasons why I come back and sort of say, and that's why I tell people not to use formats from companies like that. Don't develop your software in such a way that you need to rely on Adobe continuing to be kind and letting you use it. I mean, there technically isn't any legal way they can do it. But they're still doing it. So it doesn't matter if there's a legal way it's done or if they've managed to somehow come up with some way with some sort of creative lawyering. But I mean, that's sort of the issue, is functionality that is going away. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It's functionality that's going away because that's 9. Adobe decided that they didn't want people using their IP for free. And part of me is like, well, okay, that's fine. That's Adobe's decision. I would hate to tell someone that they can't have control of their intellectual property. As much as I dislike the way some people use that control, it shouldn't be up to me as to what somebody uses their intellectual property, how they use it, or how they make it available to other people. And so, yeah, it's just sort of, Adobe wants to do this, and so, okay. But at the same time, there is a huge slew of websites and other things that have all been using that model format as a standard, because, well, you know, it's in all of these things, and all of these other people are using it, and all of this sort of stuff. Yes, but it's Adobe's file format. If they decide that you're not allowed to use it anymore, and they have the legal mission to tell you that, then it sucks to be you. I just realized something. That area over there looks very, very different than it used to. I'll have a look at that in a sec. So yeah. I have my own intellectual property ownership of things. If you knew my real name, you would be able to find it on software that's been released in various portions of the free software community. And I would like to have control over my own intellectual property related to the use of that software. I don't want someone taking the code that I have supplied and saying, this is mine now, I can do whatever I want with it, including charging $1 million for it. I have no objections to someone taking the particular piece of software, as is, and somehow making, selling some extension product of it for $1 million, because the free software license that particular software, or one of the particular pieces of software, is under is a software license that allows them to do that. Wait, why is there radiation here now? What the heck? Oh. 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 Yeah, try to get rid of it. I'll be back again shortly. What happened here was that somehow, with the updates, right in the middle of one of my areas, one of my little areas, they put a chunk of radioactives. So I'm gonna make it all go away, because I need to be able to go to that area. It's one of my primary collection points for quartz and things. So, and I don't have the radiation suit because I'm still waiting to expand my power infrastructure before I can build the other things. So. This is the reason why when they change a map on a world like this, it's sort of the, well, sometimes you just have to live with it. There's a few mechanics that have changed on this one that is going to make things a little more interesting. Such as certain mob portions, certain mob things that don't go away. You used to be able to get rid of them, so... I assume there's going to be a way to deal with them, but right now I don't have a way to deal with them. But yeah, I was coming into the base thing over here and I noticed... Wait, why am I getting a radiation level marker up there? That's because over here... Let's go here. Get away. There we go. Yeah, no, this was something... They've clearly made a change to the map, and that's what's caused the problem. So... Corpse rod. Interesting. It was slowly recovering some health there. Okay. So there is a radiation suit and so on, but I don't have that because, well, I'm not expecting to be messing with, nuclear fuel at this point in time. It's something that will be coming available later, as far as I'm concerned. That's the coal station beacon. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do this time. I'm going to come in. I'm going to sort through the box that's sitting there and grab the things that I need to be able to build a little box so that I don't have to deal with this necessarily. And then I'll come back and try and deal with that thing at a later point. But right now I need to get a lot of this stuff without dying. So I want to leave that green right there. Oh, there's Caterium ore. Okay. So over there is an entirely new biome section. Interesting. Oh, hey, Yume. How you doing? Thank you for stopping by. Do you like my raisins on my shoulder? They are very raisiny. Actually... You alright? Okay. Something got you down? You're not feeling well? Or is it just... being precise with one's language? Let's see. Bring this up to here. Take this guy and bring it to here. There. Add those an entrance. Power it up. There we go. That'd be better. Okay. Turn that on. Bring that there. Bring it there. Pufferfish. Okay. Alright, let's go find a pufferfish quickly. I don't have a generic pufferfish, so... Then I have not drawn a pufferfish for anyone yet. Hello? Wow, my Firefox has decided that it is time to go insanely fast. Wow, my entire system has decided it wants to slow down or crawl. Okay. Pufferfish. Images. Transparent background. There we go. Okay, that's horrible clip art. Um, Save image, off, we'll put it here. We'll say, too many images. Put that one there. Then we go into VC face. And we cause VC face to freeze for a sec. While I go find the image again. And then there we have a pufferfish. We'll stick the pufferfish in my hair. There we go. Yeah, my entire system decided it was going to basically chug to a freeze. I think I know what was causing it, so... That thing has gone away. But now I have a pufferfish stuck to my head. You have a cute pufferfish stuck to my head, thank you. Courtesy of, yeah. So. I'm not afraid of stealing ideas from other people. Have fun! Huh. Alright, 6 more of these things, and then... Hopefully we'll have the computers manufactured at the same time. What do I need now? Break up frames. Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Okay, exhaust up to 5. Go back to the main base area. Ah. Today's been, I've actually really enjoyed today's stream. Not over yet. I just thought I'd mention it. This is the type of stream that that really made me interested in streaming more than just like intermittently. I mean, the game's not really relevant to the whole thing. But it was just being able to just chat with a couple of people. Wow, is there actually a... Why do you have an AC unit on the side of something like that that has a bloody front door open this large? There is no point. Even more so considering you can't close the door. I mean, it's a... Okay, that's a terrible place to put it. Now I'm going to critique this workshop. So I'm going to stick a plank of wood on here to cut it down. Okay, so it's going to not go anywhere because there's a fucking wall behind it. Wow. Okay. Sometimes people... it wouldn't take very much, I think, for a lot of these sorts of companies to start to really think about what it is that they're producing. Let's grab 2 of those. And by that I mean, I don't know who the art director was that was responsible for this, but yes, this does look like a basic, simple workshop. It's the sort of corner workshop thing that I wouldn't mind having in my house. And I was about to make that comment, and then I looked over at where the table saw is and went, these guys are idiots and have never used a workshop in their life. Well, the problem is, you can't actually run stock. This section of the wall here doesn't open, so you can't cut it down on this table saw. I mean, if it was 90 degrees from this... yes. When you look at it at first, it's like, okay, that's a terrible, it looks a little bad. And then you realize you can't feed stock through the back of the table saw. And the teeth are this way, so you're feeding front to... What? If they turn this 90 degrees so that you were feeding stock this way, it would fit the space. You'd have a flat space here if you cleaned this off. So at the moment, you couldn't use it, but if you were going to run stuff through, yeah, no, these walls are actually, like, supposed to be solid. So you can't... Yeah, if they turned table saw 90 degrees, this would actually be a really nice little workspace. Not a great workspace, but a nice little one. And all it would have taken would have just been to turn the table saw 90 degrees. And get rid of this stupid AC unit, because you're not cooling down anything. Not with everything being as open as that. Now, if this is supposed to be a roller door of some variety, which it doesn't look like it because the fact that there's stuff sticking out a little bit into it. I mean, if this was supposed to be a sort of door here, which I guess it could be, then I could understand having the AC unit there. And I'd probably be willing to suspend my disbelief and go, yeah, okay, so, there are sliding panels or sliding doors or something that cover the spaces in there, then you have this area, like, air-conditioned. But then they put the table saw the wrong way around in this room. And it's completely unusable. Also, that's the wrong safety symbol. But that's just me being pedantic. Yes, they could have put a rotational base in. If they'd done it as a rotational base, that would have been useful as well. Because maybe I want to do, like, end-on cuts onto small pieces, or onto onto really long pieces. Like, let's say I wanted to put jointing in on the end of a really long piece. I could then spin it this way, run stands out here for the extra long piece of material, and then I could run my jointing cuts in on this end. But the fact that this is a solid wall means that for anything but that table saw is pointless. Absolutely and utterly pointless. And of course, we could also blame Fixit for it, because Fixit is the sort of company that would, I would expect to do something like that as well, so. Is that going to be 50? Yeah. Okay. Alright, so now we need 100 computers. After I've had my rant about the, horrible design. And when it comes to small workshop spaces, there's a lot of things that people who don't have to deal with them don't think of. I've been having to think about small workshop spaces for a while, because I'd actually like a workshop space, and I live in California, so I can't afford to have my own workshop house, like some people can. Not people in California, but just people in general. Okay, so here's an issue. So we're out of plastic. Why am I out of plastic? What have I got going on over here? Wait, is this full? Yeah, it's full. Oh, I have a terrible idea. How, oh, I have everything to make a coal generator. Good. So production, we're going to need a water extractor. And that, I think, is all I actually need to do this horrible idea. So... Oh, wait. I'm gonna do this as a horrible idea, or I should do this as a probably horrible idea. Okay. So we go here, we set that in as zoop. And I'm fairly sure that they call it zoop because that was the noise they decided to make when they were putting things in. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that artists should learn as much about their subject matter as they can. Whether that be somebody who's doing artwork for a specific project, such as what you're talking about, or someone who's doing artwork for themselves. And I think partly that comes from my, I guess you could say, art upbringing. I did a lot of art in high school and such. That was related to just, like, things I could do. because art was one of those subjects we were allowed to do instead of having to deal with things like sport. And I don't know about you, but sport is not my idea of fun. For those who don't like sport, that's sport. And my art teacher was pretty good on sort of saying that if you wanted to do something as an art piece, you needed to understand the material that you were putting together, because otherwise somebody who does understand the product is going to go, well, not necessarily product, whatever it is you're drawing. So like if you're drawing wings, someone who understands what a bird looks like is going to look at your wings and go, huh, those wings couldn't hold whatever it is up. Now, of course, if you're drawing bees, you're allowed to get away with it, because nobody knows how the frick bees survive. Little bit of a pun there. It's one of those things that, theoretically, bees violate a lot of laws of, flight mechanics. Not actually true, because bees clearly fly. We just don't understand what the mechanics are behind it, which is very different. And so, yeah, it's sort of the understand what it is that you're drawing, so that to somebody who's more knowledgeable than you about the material is able to go, oh, okay, you know, you thought about it, especially if you're doing your own composition. It's one of the issues I have with a lot of furry art. Large numbers of them, people who do furry art, put the tail in a position that it would not be the tail. I don't know what it is, but it's not a tail. Because the tail continues from the end of the spine on every creature on the planet that has a tail. It's at the continuation of the spine. So if your tail is coming out a quarter of the way up the back of an anthropomorphized figure, that isn't a tail. I don't know what it is, but it freaks me the frick out. And that's sort of the issue to think about with that sort of with any sort of work, is just understand some of the core things. It's like saying I could drive without my hands. You go like, nice. Yeah. It's the sort of thing of saying, nice, and then you back away slowly. Yeah, my drawing is not, you know, majorly insane levels of fantastic. I mean, you've seen my, I mean, my 2D model is entirely me. And I'm okay with it not being massively fantastic, because the last time I did art, oh, well, that time. Okay, we can wait for the ad to finish. That'll be a good option, actually. Waiting for the ad to finish. Full extractor, gas extractor. I need a little more. Let's get some more of that. Go back. Oh, good. Not sure where I was in the middle of my train of thought, but it was probably derailed, so really not that important. Yeah, in terms of my own art, I use references. I'm probably always going to use references, but even if I'm drawing something that's entirely this is entirely my own art concept, there will be key pieces of information that I always bring into play. For me, I have the type of mind that will basically complain if I try to draw something that wouldn't function in the real world. Doesn't mean that I can't draw, the uber tiny winged fairy. Because, well, how do fairies fly? Well, if you talk about the typical garden variety fairy, yes, I'm being very pedantic that way. The garden variety fairy flies using magic. They don't fly because their wings are the right aerodynamic shape or something. They fly because they have magical skills, and the magic is what holds them up. Yeah. And to me, it has to be functional in the way in which it's supposed to function. As long as it fits with the sort of the in-universe idea. Suspension of disbelief is reasonable, but you have to give a reason why something is supposed to have the suspension of disbelief. And the same goes true for art as it does in storytelling. I mean, a lot of the reasons why people have problems with some of the shows that go on about things and just something fanciful happens and everyone's like, ooh, fancy. It's okay, yeah, it might be fancy, but would it actually happen that way? And that's the thing that I try to keep in mind with everything, and I wish more people would. Let's see. Putting in the coal generator. So, in this facility... Wait, what's that? Hatcher remains. Oh, crap. There's more of this fracas over there. Okay. Alright. So coal power plants need water. So we're going to bring water in from over here. Let's see. That would be production. Water extractor. Actually, let's do it this way. The water extractor is going to need a few things. And what I'm going to do then is put that there. I'm going to switch to that. I'm going to put that in there. Go to our organization. I'm going to put a fluid buffer in. And it's missing frameworks. So we're going to go get frameworks before we do any more with that. Okay, we're dropping that back a little further. Power coal generator. Spin that around. Put that in. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people. I'm going to invoke the name of something that I'm sure all of us would prefer doesn't get invoked, but let's look at Game of Thrones. I will start by saying I have never watched Game of Thrones. Okay, now that I have said that, there's a reason I'm going to talk about it. A lot of the things that people found interesting about it all relate to the fact that it was possible for people to get interested in the show. And as much as George R.R. Martin can't finish a book in a reasonable time frame to save his life, in terms of the production quality of what he writes, it makes sense. And the reason why people don't like the final season of Game of Thrones was that had television writers writing it. It wasn't an adaptation of George R.R. Martin's work. So you went from this is stuff that somebody spent agonizing amounts of time figuring out, to a bunch of script writers sitting in a room thinking, "Oh, this will be cool." And honestly, with superhero movies, for me, it depends upon the movie and the specific superhero franchise that we're sort of looking at. When they start doing things that are outside of the characterization from the books or cartoon series, or well, not cartoon, comic series, that's when I start having problems with it. Because the comic book artists and so on spent a lot of time trying to think their way through it. And when they start doing weird things like just going completely off script from stuff, it just... Guys, this is supposed to make sense. And it doesn't. If I haven't watched it, I know about the story of Game of Thrones, and it sounds like everything is well developed. Things follow through. Why should I be interested in a character if the next scene is somehow or else completely different? Or suddenly dragons can't fight for their lives anymore? Yeah. Yeah. When shifts like that just happen, frequently that's because a scriptwriter got backed into a corner with a story. I can very much talk about it from a lot of Star Trek, for example. In a lot of Star Trek shows, there's episodes where this shit just doesn't make sense. But there are also sections where you basically watch through it and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And they may use a bunch of techno jargon and it's completely irrelevant and it doesn't actually work that way in the real world, but it's consistent in universe. And I think that's the thing that's important. And when people start going away from the in-universe consistency, that's when stuff starts acting strange to me. And I realized I had a few things I was going to go get, and I didn't go get. But I do have this fluid buffer stuff now, so let's get this fluid buffer in place. Now here's the neat thing about some of this stuff. If I bring this up like this, it's the wrong way. Let's go with the auto one. The auto one's fine. Okay. And then I think I can... Oh, this might actually... Damn it. Okay. So what am I going to need? I'm going to need the copper, I'm going to need that. We have a power hookup. Okay, so we're going to bring that over to here. Hook that in, hook that in. By doing that, this one should start filling. Fluid mechanics in this game are a little strange, but once you understand the concept behind it, it works pretty well. Each pipe segment has to fill before has to get to a certain point before the next one can start filling. So now that this has actually got a sufficient amount of fluid in the pipe, we're actually starting to build some fluid in the buffer, which will then leak through to here. And it comes all the way to here, and I think I could probably squeeze that in. Yes, I can. Which means we can start seeing water coming through here pretty soon, if we're lucky. Yeah, we're starting to see water flow into the pipe here. And that comes to... Hello? Oh, there we go. It's totally filling up here. Okay. So one of the issues I was running into was that I didn't have much use for this petroleum coke. Well, it turns out now I do. You can just feed it into a coal power generator and it will just generate free power for me. It is not efficient, but I have an issue with too much petroleum coke and not enough of the other materials. So, yes. Oh, and speaking of designs, so there is a refinery in this game. What they could have done is done a block that had entrances and exits and basically a big box that you pump stuff into one side and out the other side comes the thing. Many games do that. And it's perfectly fine. This one decided to do a little different. This is supposed to be a refinery. So here is your input. Yes, it's a big, blocky, chunky box thing. That's fine. Perfectly reasonable. But you then have piping coming off the liquid side that goes into a distillation tower of some variety, because that's what it looks like to me, because we have a large canister with multiple pipes that come out the outside. We have a thing that sticks off the top here. We have this multiple level effect thing going, so we have distillates that apparently come out here. We have overflow from that pipe. We also can take solids in, so maybe the solids are used somewhere as part of this tank here. They come up through here, they're either mashed up or fed in or something. Makes sense. I don't need to know the specifics of how that works, just know that it does. And as it comes through here, Well, there's this weird thing that sticks out and flanges around, but it seems to literally steam or pressure or something like that whenever it's doing things. And okay, it makes a little weird. It sort of can be understood to make sense because I've seen large mechanical functional buildings that just they have stuff like that. I don't know what it's for, but I'm sure the people who actually deal with it know what it's for. And that seems to sort of push side to side, but notice it did that, and we had stuff out the other end. And we're not using the heavy oil residue, and that's the big problem here. We're not using it because this one here is not actually pumping the... Wow. Can I actually be using... Can I use more of this? Please? I mean, how fast am I burning this? I'm chugging that stuff down pretty quickly, and yet... Okay, so I can apparently add another one, so I will. Let's see, production, no power, coal generator, so I'm going to need all the stuff for that. Okay. So, and here we get a... We'll call it a coal power plant, because that's what they did, or coal generator. Coal generator? They call it a coal generator? They call it a coal generator. Yeah, okay. So it's a solid fuel generator. You have a side that burns, the C3BURN3R. So you have your combustion chamber. Now, I mess around with steam engines. So this entire thing, I could basically tell you what every pipe on this is supposed to do. And I am extremely happy with the level of detail they put into this. Yeah. It's a sea butter. And the T800, yeah, yeah, someone there has something to do with the railroad at some point, or at least understands the jokes from some of it. Okay, so we have solid fuel coming in, it's then burnt, and that's the reason why this area is a little lit, because we're actually seeing the heat generated on the interior. That heat is then going into a boiler above it, because the boiler is above it, because heat rises, that is receiving water pumped in to the boiler here. Okay. So, your output steam is coming through these two pipes, twin pipes. Makes perfect sense to me that it's twin pipes. Running through to here, comes down to this system here where it's pumped into the turbine. And one goes past, if I remember correctly, and the other one goes in. Or do they go around and then up over the top? If they go around and up over the top, then I know what they're doing as well. Alright, that's coming back here. Oh, yeah, they are doing that. Okay. So, what you've got is you've got steam being pumped into your turbine. It's spinning the interior turbine blade, which is basically it's in there, spinning away. That then spins the coil that's probably suspended in a solid magnet. And then your power is generated on this side, right where you have the power block, right here, and you have your power connector right there. And then the excess steam, or the leftover steam, which is cooled, then gets fed back through here. Now, I could be misreading this, and I probably am now that I look at it. This may be the inlet steam pipes here. So your steam may come in through here into the system, and then what these pipes are is your outflow. But again, I need to actually tear the physical unit down to be able to tell you different things. So, all efficient power generation is a steam engine. It's a steam engine powered by something, but it's a steam engine. They're all steam engines. And a nuclear reactor, steam engine. The only time... yeah, honestly, the steam power generation concept is such a simple technology. And it's basically the cornerstone for power generation. You heat water to create steam, and you pipe that steam through a turbine. And you spin the turbine. Now, when we start getting into... this is where renewables start getting interesting. Because they're not all steam turbines. And that's what makes them such fascinating power sources compared to a typical engine, a particular power plant. It's also one of the reasons why it's taking us so long to come up with large-scale versions of it. Now, we have a large-scale power plant system that isn't a steam engine, that is extremely efficient. Hydroelectric. And the reason why it's extremely efficient? It's a liquid water form of a steam engine. It's the same technology that we're using elsewhere, it's just using liquid water as the thing to spin the turbine as opposed to steam. Same drawing made by different people. Look at a generator, all chrome, tubes, automated, opens it, steam engine. Yeah, I mean, pretty much, our generation is a steam engine. This is one of the reasons why things get a little weird. Small power generation, you can get away with things like running an internal combustion engine. I guess I should say they're all external combustion engines, not internal combustion engines. Internal combustion engines, such as used on small generators or diesel generators or anything like that, they can be efficient up to a point. Once you get larger than a certain size, though, they stop being efficient. And it's not because that they're bad or anything like that. It's just because of the issues with how internal combustion engines work. Whereas an external combustion engine, such as a steam engine or steam turbine or a nuclear power plant or even a methane power plant or something. All of those function the way they do, and as efficiently as they do, because we spend a great deal of time building the combustion cycle to where we can pump as much energy as possible into the fluid that we're using for pushing the turbine. Now, in most cases, we use water for that. Now, here's the thing that I think a lot of people get confused by. We can't directly use salt water for it. And that's because the salt in the water will actually destroy a turbine just as fast as, you know, putting metal shavings or something in the turbine would. So, what you need to do is have a source of fresh water. Now, there are a couple of places where the power plant actually runs a desalination plant to generate the water used for the process. And that actually works surprisingly well. And it's fascinating to think about how all that connects to each other. Because here's the thing. If you're someone who, if from a pure corporate perspective, true capitalist perspective, you want to look at what is the way you can do things the cheapest. So you want to be able to do whatever it is in the cheapest way possible so that you can make the most money with the input that you're providing. So let's look at a steam engine. A typical steam engine, you need to add water to it. And then you need to heat it. And both of those things are costs. So is there any way we can reclaim the heat so that we're not losing as much? Okay, yeah, we can insulate the tanks and all this sort of stuff. So that's a good start. There's also another trick you can do, which is a really simple trick. You take your exhaust gas pipe and you run it through the middle of your inlet water tank. And you do that because, actually, I want to mock up piping, so let me go grab that. You do that because it heats up your inlet water tank for free. Doesn't cost you anything. And so congratulations, you've now increased the efficiency of your fuel supply by taking the waste heat and running it through your input tank. You just heat up the input tank. That's it. That's all it does. Okay. So there's a fascinating thing that happens when you do that, though. You get a bit of residue that comes out. That residue is actually most of the pollutants from burning the fuel. So you can do a bunch of collection of that. And that's sort of like a free process. It actually gets rid of about, I don't know, it's some significant percentage, and I don't want to say the numbers because I'm not quite certain of them. And it changes based on the plant style and all that sort of stuff, but just from a pure steam engine design process, you actually, on a model steam engine, you'll actually get a lot of your oil in that come out. So, ad break. All right. Stop the collecting waste. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, so, I mean, if we did all of that, then that's how we could massively improve the efficiency of everything and make it basically free. Oh, hi, Nia. Okay, now that I finished trolling you. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, if you can basically collect waste out of your fuel system by... Oh, that's a weird graphical glitch. You can out of the exhaust from your combustion system, you can collect a lot of the waste that's generated when you combust the fuel. So like in a steam engine environment, a lot of the tars in that come out of what you're burning, whether it be coal or wood or whatever, can sort of collect in sort of a liquid form. And I'm not going to say that it's environmentally friendly, because it isn't. But it's not as bad as it could be. And so... And that's sort of free. It doesn't cost anything to provide that method of waste reclamation, basically. And it improves the efficiency of the unit that you're actually sort of putting together. So the idea that, I mean, some people suggest things like, well, you know, they wouldn't do that, blah, 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 you know, it would cost them money and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, well, honestly, to get a very simple reclamation system in place is effectively free for them, because they wind up... What do you mean I need rods? Yeah, so you have that side of things. You have that level of efficiency that you can improve things with. But also your water. That's something that a lot of places point to and say, oh, well, this is really wasteful. Well, it turns out, if you're actually starting with steam, with straight water, and you have a clean piping system all the way through, and your boiler is clean internally, you can reclaim almost all of the water you use. There is no way at all, if I was running any sort of power plant using water as the source, that I would be accepting of actual noticeable losses in the inflow to outflow system. And that's because it really doesn't take very much to be able to reclaim most of that. Now, in a small steam engine environment, there's actually little... I mean, even in the model environments, there are ways to reclaim most of your water used. And it's something that I'm actually going to be making into my own little models, because it has the added benefit of, in a steam engine, you pour oil into your... You have oil in your water supply. And you do that because that's how you lubricate the interior of your steam engine. Well, if I reclaim the water that I'm generating, if I reclaim the steam and condense it down, which is what it's actually, which is how you do it. If I reclaim that steam, condense it down back into water, which is really easy, and you can do that by running the steam pipe through your cold water tank. Again, heating the cold water tank up a little bit, or effectively free, I can then reuse that steam in my system. So it's like down the line, I'm sitting here going, why would you not do this? I have no idea why I got off onto this whole rant about that, but I enjoy having rants like that. I enjoy talking about stuff like that. Especially, you know, when it's something that I actually know so much about, like steam engines. Okay, so we got plastic coming in. Circuit boards are the things that are taking time. It doesn't surprise me. We're still at 15. That's because we're basically out of inputs here. It's manufacturing right now. We've got more coming through here. Okay, so still waiting for plastic to come through. Okay. Yeah, I think we were talking something about how artists need to know about bits and pieces. I know a lot of this stuff. See. So let me talk a little bit about my own art. That might be interesting to explain a few things. So, when I was younger, going through high school, art class was something that I could do rather than deal with sport, etc., etc. I was interested, but not really. I had a whole bunch of things that I thought I wanted to do more. Basically believed the societal bollocks about how, you know, you should be doing this, or you should be doing that, or whatever it might be. Look at my production here, and I'm going, what on earth? Looks like I can make another... I could make another one. I don't think I can get rid of that. No, I can't. Actually, let's try one thing. Nope, I can't get rid of it. Okay. Okay, I guess I can put one in here then. So effectively, after high school, I didn't really pay much attention to it. Now, during high school, I wound up doing a whole bunch of things, including getting 2 different certificates in fine arts, which effectively gave me not quite the equivalent of an associate's degree in fine arts, but yeah, pretty close to it. And so I had a fairly decent grounding, and what I mostly wound up using it for was yelling at marketing people, marketing web designers, about their designs and how clearly they've never heard about how human beings look at things before or anything like that. And so there was a lot of... For me, there was a lot of, this is the way things should work, so why are you screwing this around? Type stuff going on. Let's see if we're going to take that. We're going to take that guy. And we're going to connect it to that one. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to take that one off. We're going to go yoink, then we're going to go yoink, and then that one is going to connect to that one. Okay. So I wound up having sort of a grounding in art, sort of a formal training grounding type scenario, but it was... I mean, literally I did 5 years of art through high school, and I also did effectively a year of college level fine arts. And then proceeded not to have anything to do with it after high school. Because, well, I didn't need it for anything. It wasn't what I did for a living. So I haven't really practiced my art since high school. I've done a little bits and pieces, but nothing really special. And during, well, actually this year, I wound up getting a decent digital art tablet. And that has enabled me to really do some artwork that I wouldn't have done or even tried. So I'm recapturing a lot of the skills that I had when I was younger. So yeah, there's a lot of... I used to... My art teacher had what I consider probably the most entertaining to me commentary about my art. She said I was a great technical artist. By which she meant I had all the skills, but none of the actual talent or design ability stuff. So, what do I have here? So yeah, there's a lot of stuff where I'm like, I know I can do this very well if I have sufficient time and motivation, but while I'm still learning my way through how to use the new tablet and all that, there's still a lot of... I don't really know what to do for some of it. And there's also the added issue of I've spent a good portion of my life not thinking of myself as someone who does art. So there's a lot of brain rewiring happening at the same time. But I do note that I am at a little over 4 hours now. And yeah. It is always interesting how things wind up working out in the end. I'm the first person from I was the first person from my generation, actually first person in my family to complete 12 years of high school. Or 12 years of high school. 12 years of schooling. So I went all the way through year 12, which was graduating high school at the maximum level that was available. And I did not do all that great, but I did actually complete it. And this was considered a amazing thing with my family because nobody had done this before. I'm probably going to be the first person in my family to wind up with the appellate doctor. And in a actually medically adjacent field too. Because doctorate in clinical psychology is, yeah, very medically adjacent. In fact, some could almost say that it's like brain medicine type thing, except without all those silly drugs that you have to deal with. And yet at the same time, my interests have sort of spanned everything from computing through psychology through messing with CNC mills to steam engines, as you can tell, to all sorts of things. And a lot of it has just come from the simple fact that I get bored by stuff very easily. And so I need to actually be learning new things all the time. If I'm not learning or doing something new, then I get bored. And I go find something else to do. And that's sort of the big issue with sort of things like even doing my art back in high school. Was like I got bored of doing the art because, well, I practiced the skills sufficiently. What more did I need? And that was pretty much what I wound up being like. So, oh, here's something I can do. If I do that, then these guys will actually have space to dump their output tanks, and we'll start actually getting some actual production of that stuff. Okay. Alright. As I was saying, a little past 4 hours. Gonna go. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Yoink. I think this has actually been productive. Fine. We got a second power generation system set up, which was not the one I was intending to be setting up, but, because the one I'm intending to set up, is the fuel-based one. And, that'll actually not have, if we set that up correctly, we won't have the petroleum coke offload like we're getting here. Good. Good. Okay. So this... Just we'll let all this go. Wow, it's been a day. Okay. Can we unload that faster? Yes, we can. Maybe... that will allow this stuff to clear out faster as well. Feeling pretty reasonable. It's doing pretty fine. Okay. What I really would like to do is be able to push the button on the expanded power infrastructure upgrade before ending stream. And that will need more second pods. Yeah, we got a bottleneck on the plastic, yeah. .5 per minute. Okay. 7.5 per minute, and I think this is using... It wants to use 25 per minute. Okay, so yeah. Let's grab a bunch of that plastic and drop it over there. Because I can. One more. Okay. I think we're gonna have to hold off on pushing that button until next time, because I don't want to wait another hour or so just staring at things upgrading. Oh. Run this through here. Drop these in. I need 30 more computers. Ugh. They're the slowest thing in the game I think to build. Okay. go up onto the observation tower. We did get quite a bit done today, though. Okay, let's save. And then we'll switch to here. And then I will make this go away. And then do I know anyone who is streaming who I would like to send a raid off to? Do we even have enough people in here at the moment to do? You know what? We do have someone who we can go raid. I don't know why she's streaming. But she is, so let's go and say hi. This is probably why she hasn't responded to any of my questions. All right. So let's see. Okay, channel. We'll go find her, and then we'll click raid. So I'll be back again on Friday. If things work out, I guess we'll see what we'll see what happens between now and Friday. There's all sorts of different things that could be happening. So, and I'll catch us on Friday. Bye for now.